Everyone, welcome to another episode of Ian is a Weirdo. I went up a little bit faster than I expected because I was waiting for Zach um, to come up, or for Zach to be done with his life, but he finished a little bit sooner than I expected, so I'm here. So I'm actually at the end of the Canes games. The Canes are playing Pittsburgh Penguins, and let me put on PWHL. I'm going to have both of them going, and we're just gonna watch what we can, and then at the end we're gonna watch some. Oh my gosh! Just the end of the game was madness. I double booked the beginning of this game and book club, so I was in book club just kind of like watching the highlights of the game, and Carolina was drawing a lot of penalties, which really isn't their style, and I was like, what the hell is going on? So it was really like a 5-on-4 game, like the whole time. And then, so going into the third, which we're in the third right now, the Pittsburgh was up by 1, and now Pittsburgh is kind of on their heels quite a bit. We look at the score. Now the Canes are up by 2, so they've had a 3-point swing in the last 10 minutes or so. And it looks like the Canes really had at least not stuck in a tower. Honestly, maybe I would prefer that. I don't know. Like, so I kind of, I mentioned earlier that I was kind of like in a, like a like emotional like place, which I'm still kind of in like a down mood a little bit, just a little bit, and then like my body, like it started during book club, where my body was like, we're gonna stop working. Um, okay. Okay, so the PWHL game hasn't even started yet, so the notification I got was just the pregame. Okay, so that's good. So if you are in the Discord, the Kings Penguins game is on. Let me drop the link. And then I'm also gonna like reposition myself to get more comfortable because I can't even like sit up this whole game. I mean, my body is that just like I will spare you the details, but it's just not been pleasant. I'm just telling you that. But I hope everyone is feeling better than I am, for sure. And I'm gonna eat, which I typically don't do, but I haven't really eaten much today, just with my stomach and my energy and everything has just been a little weird. So I'm gonna eat. So don't judge me. So yeah, we're catching the end of the Canes game. Hey Zach, welcome in. So Canes and Penguins are on in Discord. Once that game's over, I'm gonna move over to the PWHL game. It's about to start. That's Austin Fleet versus Vancouver. So guys, love to I don't know, Zach. I don't know if you know this, but it says you're still live, so it didn't end your stream. Which my restream hasn't been ending my streams properly, or it says it hasn't for a little bit. So you might hit. Okay, now it's okay. whip through more of my head. Sorry, I totally forgotten. Yeah. So like when we were in book club, I had the game on mute and I just was like kind of like glancing over every once in a while. Uh, Beginning of the game, first two periods, really, Canes were taking a lot of penalties, whether they were valid or not. I didn't actually see the replays of them in time, but like the Canes aren't like a very that's very atypical of them. Yes, it did. Um, and uh, So I just like, but the Canes were taking a lot of penalties, which for me is when I've seen them, it's very typical of them. I know they added a player. This is their first time having him out on the ice on the team. Although I haven't seen him specifically play, but he's an enforcer, so a more physical presence that can help do these big hits and stuff like that. Fighter, if you will. So like, but it doesn't look like he's been the one that has gotten any of these penalties. So I don't really think that's what has been transpiring. So I'm not really sure what all these proven penalties were about. But this period, we've seen some Kings power plays. One of the goals that they have, one of the goals they got was a uh, power play goal. We laid it down on the line for that one. I'm eating like a bean salad, like a southwestern style bean salad with a lot of beans and corn. I personally don't like eating on camera, but I needed to eat. And Zach ended his live a little bit earlier than I expected, which is fine. It's not a big deal, Zach. That's not what I'm saying. But I was eating, and I was like, oh, I should start my live. So here we are. It's a really easy thing to make, especially if you don't want to do like a lot of like food prep, and it creates a lot of food, so it's great to eat on. Like you can have it like throughout the week. You can eat it with like tortilla chips. You can eat it itself. Um, it's called like cowboy caviar, and there's a bunch of different recipes for it. Um, I'll just grab one, but you can do it any way you want. Um, but I love beans. It's also called Texas caviar. But basically, you have all these beans and like vegetables and stuff, and you make it however you want, and then you use like a vinaigrette and a bunch of seasonings for it, and it's really really good. They lose their eighth straight game. Oh damn! I'm sorry. That's tough. Like it's just tough when you have a team when your team that you care about so much, they're just having a bad time because like it it's hard. Like and the thing is like we're all gonna be there at one point. Like I even when you're having like if you're having a winning year, like there's no doubt that like you followed that team when it had like a bad year. Unless you're like, you know, one of those people who like only goes for the winning team, which I so I'm sharing this recipe with you all. If you don't like this particular one, there's a bunch of different ones, but it's really good. It's really easy to make. You don't need to be skilled at making things um, to make it. So if you like beans, it's a good way to get your fiber um, and a lot of nutrients. You don't have to like vegetables to like really, even though it's beans and vegetables. It's not like you're eating salads every day. Um, there's also like a Mediterranean version. If you just do like bean salad, usually the Mediterranean version comes up first, and it uses chickpeas instead. I personally hate chickpeas. The texture gives me the ick. It doesn't look like my armpit. Um, so I don't like chickpeas really, very rarely. Um, but you can also have like a Mediterranean. Welcome everyone. Well, Pittsburgh scored. Okay, so now they've closed the gap a little bit. It's a one goal game. We're about 2 minutes left of the third period of regulation, and um, there's now an empty net. I don't know if during this goal there was an empty net. I didn't see it. I also was only like a little bit paying attention. Hey Vicky, welcome in. Thanks for coming over. So what I do here, Vicky, because I might be mistaken. I have a really terrible memory, like documented medical bad memory from a lot of things. Um, but I don't think you've been here when I've been doing Discord and stuff like that. So what I do is, and you don't have to do this. It's just something that I kind of like to do with everyone. Is I will have um, movies and shows and also hockey games playing in Discord. And if you want, you can watch them with me for free. If you've never um, if you've never used Discord, it's a little not so user friendly. But I okay, okay, come on, please. But if you need help figuring it out, I'm happy to help. I know Discord can be a little bit confusing. Oh, they still have an empty net. They still have an empty net. I totally forgot about that. 60 seconds remaining in the third period for the Kings. I can't see if the PWHL game has started yet. I don't know what puck drop time is for them. I just got a notification that oh no, Pittsburgh tied it up. Damn, damn, right there at the end. 35 seconds remaining. They tied it up. Oh man, came back with two goals in like 35 seconds. Damn, that sucks. Hi, Biggie. So if you're in Discord on the left hand side, there's different things, and at the bottom there are voice channels. In the lounge is if you go into the lounge and you press, I think it's I forgot what it is. It's like play stream or start stream or something like that. Then you can watch the game. So we were right at the end of the Hurricanes uh, Pittsburgh game. We're gonna be watching a lot of hockey today. It's me alone night. Pittsburgh no longer has an empty goal. Hey Amy, welcome in. Okay, we're going into overtime. Hi Vicky, welcome in. So we're tied at 4. So as far as I understand how the points work in the standings, you get 2 points for winning a game in regulation time. That means within the 3 20-minute periods that is typical in regulation. Now, if you're tied at the end of regulation, you go into overtime, and overtime is a different format and time than your typical hockey periods. And after that, you go to a shootout. If you win a game in overtime or a shootout, you only get 1 point in the standings rather than 2 points. Sorry, I'm eating again. Thanks. Yeah, I redyed it so it's more green. I didn't want it as blue as it's been, so I added some of my old like vibrant like my highlighter yellow. I had like a little bit of, so I put some of that in it. And it really turned the color into what I had wanted in the first place. Okay, so overtime in the NHL is 3-on-3. Typically, it's 5-on-5. When we say those numbers, it doesn't include the goalie. Yeah. So it's a sudden death overtime, meaning whoever gets to go first, you overtime is done. Thank you, Vicky. I appreciate that. Turn mine blue. Oh, nice. Yeah, I like having blue hair a lot. Okay. Okay. So we're in overtime, tied at 4. Overtime is 5 minutes, which is just, in my opinion, it's so short. Like I don't understand that. So let me. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's see. So the PWHL game has not started yet, which is good. We're gonna get our timing. Okay, come on, boys. We do have a lot of Penguins fans who are on the Discord, um, and hang out with us. So even though I'm an insufferable Kings fan, they put up with me. Oh, I got my men's USA Gold shirt, which honestly is a little bittersweet. I don't know how to feel about it. I'm excited that USA won gold. As soon as they won gold, I like put in an order for the shirt, and I was not prepared for what transpired that evening with the USA men. So I'm just struggling, but I am very, I like it's cool being like Olympic gold medalist. Just wish they weren't such buttheads. I don't think that they really recovered from that. Oh, oh my gosh, that was so I'm close. I was so close. Yeah. What do we have a penalty for? Wait, they putting Sleeve in the box for what? They call it slash. There's no fucking. There's no way. These calls, like honestly, everyone I've seen have looked pretty like stupid ass calls, like weak, weak, weak calls. Carolina, there have been so many calls against Carolina during this game that like didn't look like they made sense. They called it slashing because I get your tablet to work. I can do the same. Yeah, and like honestly, like sometimes you can just search it on your whatever search engine you have, like Google, Safari, whatever. Or just but yeah. Okay, so Pittsburgh has power play. How is my blanket coming along? I'm not working on a blanket. Well, like I have like an old whip that I old blanket, but I don't really work on blankets. Um, I am working on an amateur wind pattern that honestly just kind of is like taking the wind out of my sails a little bit. One thing, so the projects that I'm working on that are coming up is the I'm working on some halfway to Halloween crochet along where I do patches. And so I have made different patches of like horror movie icons. That's Freddy Krueger. That's Pennywise. That's Art the Clown from Terrifier. This is um, Jason Voorhees, Billy from Saw, and Ghostface. So all of these I'm teaching how to make. I'm going to teach everyone during a live. I'm also going to have a written pattern now. Teach everyone during a live how to make them. And then if they want to add them to like a bag or a blanket or anything, they can do that. But I don't have to make that because I don't like making blankets. Blankets are the worst, absolute worst thing I can think to make for my attention span. I don't have 50 seconds on the kill, a minute and 15 left in the in overtime. We're still in 3-on-3 overtime. Our kill is over. We've successfully made it through. And come on. Oh no. Oh no. No, it was so close. It was so close. It was so close to connecting. And just like, oh no. Okay, and overtime is over. having a penalty during overtime and they didn't let it in, I think says a lot. I'm so freaking annoyed that that penalty was called in the first place. It was maybe one of the weakest penalty calls I've ever seen. These refs have it out for Carolina today. Okay, so now we're going to a shootout. Come on, Jarvie. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. We are in Discord watching the very end of the Canes game. We're watching, they're getting to a shootout. Okay, so Jarvie's starting this out. Nope, didn't go in. For Jarvie. Also, I saw a PWHL shootout, and they do theirs differently. And so, like, the one went in, and the next one didn't. And I was like, oh yeah, they won. But like, that's not how it works in PWHL. It's so interesting to see how the different leagues have the different roles and the different structure for everything. Okay, so now the Penguins are going. If you want to watch the end of the game, come on in, and then we'll watch. It went in. It would that even. It was like it like flipped around. It was so crazy. Okay, let's see. Let's see how this goes. Okay, we got Svechny. And he gets it in. Okay, okay. That was just very hurtful. Because you're like, because everyone's shootout style is so different. You have some people who are like hard and fast, like some people are like, I'm gonna deke them out like the whole way through. Some people it's just very, very calm and just like just lays in. So it's very cool to see everyone's specific style. Oh, he goes too wide, misses it. Nice. Later, loser. I say this, and you never know with shootouts. It's like, shootouts are just aren't the best part of hockey to me. Like it's cool to see it happen, like in a sense, but it's definitely not what you like to see. You want to see a game won in regulation or won in overtime, more so in regulation. But and it's in. Oh, this is it. Canes win in a shootout. You gotta put a you could have put a good game. That was nice. He was trying to go 5-hole in a shootout. That's pretty everything. I'm just storm surge. Yay, good job, Canes. But also good job, Pens. You showed up. You did roll over and just give them a win. And so important to give you your flowers for that. Okay, so now we are let me very cool. Oh my. Yes, Vicky, they just won. That was amazing. They did great. The kids did great. Oh, they're doing a ceremonial face off. Very cool. This is so cool. If you're not watching right now in Discord or on YouTube, all the PWHL games are available live. Um, I forget exactly what tribe they said. I don't want to misspeak, but they had an indigenous tribe have kids come sing. Have I ever played ice hockey? No, I wish. I really would love to. And in fact, I've been thinking like it'd be cool just to not necessarily take hockey lessons just yet, but skating lessons because I cannot skate. I can get on the ice and hold the side of the rink and move around the side of the rink, but I have really bad knees, and so um, so and I have a hard time keeping my feet from kind of like pigeoning in skates. So it'd be cool to learn how to skate, but I can't skate. So definitely get that. What about everyone else? Have you played ice hockey or any kind of street hockey, anything like that? Oh, I'm so weak. My leg almost gave out. I learned to ice skate, but I spent most of my time on my backside. That would be me. Yeah, I just thought it would be fun to like learn as an adult and just kind of like want to kind of do something a little bit different. But like I was definitely not like a sporty person at all. Um, and never played any sports on a team or did any sports individually. I just didn't have that interest growing up. And then the ones where I did want to play growing up, I didn't want to play soccer. My parents were like, no, which is funny because like I have two sisters, one older, one younger, and like they both got to play soccer. Like my dad was even the coach of my sister's soccer team, and like both of my parents like they got to play soccer, and they didn't really want to play, and I wanted to play, but it's okay. Yeah. So the Canes Penguins game is finished. Canes won in a shootout. He coached a little league soccer team, and that was fun. I bet. I bet like dealing with the kids and like being part of the team and all of that is fun. I think now, and I think as people talk more about like, or as like people kind of exposing how like sometimes the parents can be very toxic, and like I don't know if like little league is that competitive, but like especially as like, more competitive teams kind of come up in a player's life, like how parents can be very disruptive. I think that I imagine that parents could become a problem. So in the PWHL game, there's now playing in Discord. Um, the Boston Fleet is playing the Vancouver Golden Knights. PWHL is the Professional Women's Hockey League. It is 3 years old. The goalie for the Boston Fleet is Aaron Frankel, who was the primary goalie for the women's U.S. team in the Olympics this year, and she just laid it down, total brick wall. Did just excellent. Like her nickname is the Green Wall, and if you watch her, you'll see why. She is definitely a great goaltender. Okay, we just had puck drop. So Carolina is still third in the league as far as I know, unless someone else kind of moved around. Let's check the standings because they only got 1 point. Okay, actually, so I was wrong, which is not surprising. Uh, um, okay, so now Carolina's tied for second with Dallas with 88 points. Colorado leads the league at 85. I was in my late 20s when I did that, and both my sons played soccer. Oh, nice. Weren't they on the same team? So yeah. So now we have I would say top six because we have a tie at second. So we have Colorado with 95 points, with Dallas and Carolina with 88 points, Buffalo with 86, Minnesota at 85, and Tampa Bay at 82. I know the Kings played. I didn't see what happened. Kings lost to the Bruins. Well, that's poopy. I'm glad the, I'm glad the Kings won. One thing I don't love about the PWHL broadcasts is they don't put shots on goal, and I know that those are the shots on goal is obviously not as important as goals that actually go in, but it's an important statistic or like piece of information to know. Like, have they shot once or they shot 30 times? Like, what's going on? It's also like the more shots on goals you have, like eventually something's gonna peek through. Generally speaking, which is important to note. So I think that's a really important thing to have. And there's just not a whole lot in these PWHL broadcasts that shows like, they're not showing how long the players have been on ice, they're not showing shots on goal, they're not showing shots against, like they're not showing anything other than the time, and they do show, penalty. Um, if there's a penalty going on, they show that. That's it. Which I know that the people who run the PWHL broadcasts are definitely listening to. So it's very useful for me to share that information. Okay, Zach. And I didn't keep track of the trades with PWHL at all. I barely kept track of the trades they had within um, that they had in NHL, just kind of where it affected me because I don't really understand a lot of that. So unlike all of the other games that I have watched for the Paralympics, um, I have not yet seen the final score. So we're going to be watching a replay of USA versus China, which will be their third prelim game. Oh wow, they did this change right there. Okay, Vicky. I already want to pick off the second skin so much. If you don't know, second skin is a product that some tattooers, especially recently, put on top of a healing tattoo, helps your healing process. In theory, I don't know. I kind of have my doubts about it because, like, sure, it helps when you're healing and like it's on, but eventually you have to take it off, and you feel like you're ripping off your skin. It just sucks. So it's just like a clear protectant. Can't really. I don't know if you can. It's a weird place to show my arm. It's dark, so you can't really see. But you can see kind of how my skin like wrinkles like that. It's because I have that second skin sticker on. Okay, now, okay, so they do have shots on goal. They just were waiting for some to show up. Okay, so they're tied both to shots on goal. Welcome back in. So we're gonna watch the PWHL game. If you haven't seen any of the Paralympics sled hockey, I highly encourage just checking it out, at least for a little bit, which is what we're gonna do after this. Um, Sled hockey is played quite a bit different. It's for the Paralympics, so um, most of the players will have one or two legs removed, and they sit down in like a bucket that sled that has a skate on the bottom of it. They play with two um, sticks that have each have a blade on the top to shoot and pass, and the other end have these spikes in it that they dig into the ice to be able to move and propel themselves. It's a really interesting game. It's so fast. It's played on NHL like regulation size ice, so the fact that these athletes are being able to move back and forth with just the like propelling um, of their arms is really nuts, and really cool to see. So worth checking out if you haven't seen the Paralympians play. It's a very fast like I, I would say it's harder to keep track of um, than stand up hockey. Okay, absolutely. Thanks for hanging out, Vicky. Oh, I left my. I was like, "Where's my Gatorade?" Also, what's cool about, and I didn't know really anything about women's hockey before the Olympics, and watching them was my first time watching women's hockey, and it's been really cool to see it come back stateside, see uh, what PWHL looks like, what play style looks like, all of that. There are some key differences in the NHL and the rules, how to play, and how, things like overtime, shootouts, like, and all that stuff. So it's been really cool. And what I really like, And, it's possible that they're just doing this because it's a newer league and maybe they'll change it. But if you've ever tried to, if you're trying to watch an NHL game, you have to pay for a subscription to something, um, and or like go to a physical game. And you're not even guaranteed all the games. Like if you have ESPN basic package, you're only going to get some games. Some games are going to be blocked out for like local coverage. You don't really know. You're not really guaranteed when you have access to a game. The PWHL streams all of their live games on YouTube for free. Now, you have to pay for subscription services if you want to watch replays, but if you just subscribe to their channel and get notifications, like you can watch a PWHL game anytime it's on. They won't leave the live stream up, so you do have to watch it in real time. But that's really cool to be able to watch hockey games for free. And also, it's so cool because you have so many women who like, women's hockey has been in the Olympics for a while, and you have women who play up to collegiate level of hockey, and then they didn't have anywhere to go if they wanted to play it professionally until the PWHL existed. So the fact that this league exists and provides women the ability to have careers playing sports, or playing this sport is amazing. And so I'm super happy to be able to support it and be just like a small part in having, and like showing up for these athletes because it's very entertaining, and um, the accessibility and having free games to watch is nice. I really don't know what's going on with Vancouver because like Vancouver is like, you see when they finally do get to the Boston net, there's only one Vancouver player there. Like, unless she's skating like so much faster than all of her teammates, like, why is no one else there to like back her up and get that fucking puck in the net? So we have about 8.5 minutes left in the first period. Oh, looks like we might have an injury. I'm gonna pull out my amigurumi. See if I can. So this is the face of my new ghost face. know. I keep forgetting that I can skip ads. I skip ads. Okay, we saw a penalty, and we got some little fight going on. Ooh, got hit in the face with the butt of the stick. Oh, and little fight. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're gonna start round 7, chain 1. I wonder if I can share this because it's already on YouTube. Probably not. Probably cool. I think we have a 4-on-3. I just like don't want to do this anymore. I just don't want to. I'm making an idea of like making. And I don't know why. It's not like it's that hard. I just Frankled the Tinkle. It sounded like they said Frankled like the Tinkle or something. I understand how designing organizing, but yeah, it's a whole different mindset. And like honestly, like I would say that I used to be the opposite, where like designing amigurumi made more sense to me. I just don't really make amigurumi that much anymore. Um, but now I'm totally the same way. Like give me something flat to design if I can make more sense of it. Make it 3D, and my brain's just like, nope, nope, I'm not doing this. So the shape of the head and kind of what I'm planning for the body. So we have the face, right? Face right here. And then I'm pulling the neck up so it kind of isolates the chin a little bit. The chin's not really attached to the face; it's way down here. So I keep it. And then I did a sharp increase from the chin up to kind of help that massive shape look kind of like I wanted to. And then now I've stopped that. I'm doing no increases or decreases to the bottom of the neck or the bottom of the head. And the top of the head, I'm starting to round down. And so I'm gonna try to get it to come down like this a little bit, so it'll have that hood shape. Um, if it doesn't, it just is what it is. If I just have to round it out, kind of like a ball on the just kind of a round shape on the back. That is what it is. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna attach yarn here because I have a back loop only um, section right here. And attach the hood so it'll come forward like this so I can get a little overhang from the hood right there. And then I'm going to have the body is going to be the body. And I was thinking of having the arms down because typically that's what you see like a stance for an amigurumi like thing. And kind of have it be like a little like chibi, little cutesy shaped. And instead of having the arms down, I thought it would be cool to have the arms up in like a Y shape. Um, then you can see the shape of the, the cloak is kind of like jagged, right? And then it can be holding like a little knife or something. So and then that also, not only will that look cute, I think, but it will be good to support because eventually this is going to go down and there's going to be kind of like a little space right here where the body will fit in, and the arms are going to help stabilize because um, it's going to have the arms like this, and then I can just fit the head right there and sew it on. It's going to give some more reinforcement. I'm going to move some things around. That's my lime green pair from Walmart. They had a purple one and a black one, but I like the green one, and it's got a little skeleton. Scotty's over there in this tree, being cute. Sleep. 15 meddling. That's insane. Okay, so we have 35 seconds left in the first. We have 7 shots on goal for eight shots on goal for Boston and 5. So hard to see for Vancouver. Still tied at 0. Okay, 15 seconds left. Yeah, isn't it so weird that because I agree totally with what you say, Lori. Like that's how I am. It's like doing things that makes so much more sense to me now. Whereas like I used to be so much more comfortable working on the ground, making different shapes, and like adjusting them. Oh, it's First Nations night there. That's cool. That's really cool. Just a beautiful representation. If um, if you are watching the game, because like it's gonna be gone the minute the game's over, so you can't really go back and watch things. But when they had their instead of doing like either the American or the Canadian national anthems, they had a performance by some First Nations peoples, and it was beautiful. And they also did like a honorary like puck drop um, for them, which was really cool to see. So to see that in the league is really nice. If you go to their YouTube channel now, you can um, see the live and see it. Or if you come in Discord, I can find it if we want to watch that again because it was very nice, very very nice. And the fashion was it was good. It's like I'm so used to seeing because they're playing in Vancouver right now, and I'm so used to seeing like um, what I feel like First Nations traditional where I typically think like what we see more in um, what we see more in the United States. Um, but this looked quite a bit different. It was very beautiful. So also they had these headbands that almost looked crochet, and it was very nice. I was like, ooh, like it, you know, I was trying to figure out how it was made. You're back. Welcome back, Vicky. But yeah, that was it was a very beautiful opening to the game, and I didn't realize it was First Nations night. I knew that they introduced the indigenous performers and people who were there, um, but they I didn't realize that that's what was going on. So we're in the first intermission between the first and second periods. We're tied at 0. Um, Boston has like I think 3 more shots on goal, um, but shots on goal have been relatively low, especially the first half of the first period. Just not a lot. It wasn't really trying for either team. There's defense that they were unable to break through. She's one of the better interviewees. This is so cool. Oh my gosh, I love the PWHL. Like they're like not shy about like stepping up for causes and stuff like that. And I feel like, and not that the NHL doesn't step up for them, but I feel like there's things that you don't hear as much about. Uh, you just don't hear as much about in the NHL. Like the PWHL is very like activist focused. So there's not talking about Sophie's Sisters, which is about bringing women of color into sports and into hockey specifically. Looks like they're doing like a camp, like a hockey camp right now that they're covering. Yes, I actually have new two colors. So this, I did a crochet along with my friend Crystal, okay, um, we called it Halloween. It was a 10-week Every week I released a pattern. This was the first pattern I released. It is mosaic crochet. So this is the side. So like the Melty Smiley is for my channel, kind of, and I did a ball of yarn with a hook in it for hers, hook that yarn. And then the other side is like traditional um, uh, jack-o'-lantern face. And then I also did it in this color. So I striped green and black with this white. So it's a tote. You can see the inside is a more traditional. You can see it has that traditional um, look of mosaic. I have videos of how to make it um, up on my YouTube. I was thinking when this year comes around, this Halloween comes around, I'm gonna release a just an update on how to change this to a 6 because that's all you need to do. Yeah, the green one is my favorite. Also, it's sparkly. I don't know if you can see it's a sparkly yarn. So yeah, this is all mosaic crochet. I did a 6-part video series on how to make it, and um, you don't have to make it into a bag. There's definitely you can definitely adjust it so it's a throw pillow or something like that. But we wanted to make a bag where you could, you know, trick or treat with it, or you could put stuff in it and hold stuff. Or when you were doing the projects that we did for Halloween, you could um, you could put it in there. So um, if and I tried it, it is I would say more intermediate on mosaic crochet. But if you have never done mosaic crochet, I definitely think it's possible to do this. You might need a little bit um, more help at the very beginning. But I set it up where, like, if you have any questions or anything like that, you could come to it. And then when we were doing Halloween, what we would do is we would release a pattern and then we would do a live. It didn't totally work up like this, but the goal was we would release the patterns and then we would do a live. So if people had questions about how to, do anything, you would be available. But even though that's over, we finished that at the end of Halloween, or at the end of October of last year. You can still ask questions. So it's really fun. I really was super happy with how this turned out. I mean, you could just take a section if you wanted to just do like the ball of yarn and the multi smiley, or if you just wanted to do the back that has the jack o' lantern face on it. You could do that just by itself. You don't need to do the whole bag if you don't want to. It was my first time ever writing mosaic pattern, and I was really really happy with how it turned out. I mean, like it's one of my favorite things I think I've ever done. Just because it was so different for me. You know, when you think about mosaic, you think about it very differently, and you also have to communicate the pattern very differently. Um, and I know that sometimes with mosaic patterns, you release the chart and it's kind of got legs on its own. But for me, because some of my stitches were like unique to this pattern, I actually went through and did every row with you, so you could see what was really going on, in hopes that it was easier. I definitely one of the patterns I want to make another bag like this. I really like the mosaic bags, and I really want to do like a coffee based one or something. Like that's one of my ideas, but I kind of forgot what I was gonna do with it. But one day, yeah, it's very sparkly. The green yarn is the Hirschner's Halloween yarn. They're worsted sparkle yarn. Um, and so they have, I think, 8 different colorways, and this is the color Goblin, I think. So it's got shades of green and black. Okay, they're talking more about uh, the Solish tribe, and some of their art. It's beautiful. If you're not watching on Discord, it's this is really beautiful. They're showing some woven work. Gorgeous. Wow. Out of orange shine, you guess we'll have to get some. Yeah, it looks great in orange. If you're newer to mosaic, because when Crystal made it, she made it in orange and black. And one of the things about mosaic is black is always more difficult to crochet with because it's harder to see your stitches and whatnot. And it's definitely not impossible to make things in black. I used purple for mine, but with black, it can be hard to see the front loops and the back loops properly, and that's such a huge part of mosaic crochet is being able to see which loop you're going into. So if you were thinking about doing it black with your orange, I would recommend uh, maybe trying something that wasn't absolutely black so that you could see it a little bit easier. But I'll share my Okay, so okay, so that is video 1 of 6, and I also have an accompanying written pattern. Um, I'd say that the videos are more helpful because I spent more time focusing on things, and you can really see and like explaining different stitches. Um, but the blog posts that I have also uh, the blog post has the, the picture of like the graph that you can use. Also, in Halloween, we also did a 6 p.m. California time. Okay, yeah, I'll try to. I don't personally know Matt and Rebecca, so it'd be my first time hanging out with them. So it'd be cool to meet more people. Okay, we're about to get the puck drop for the second period, and it's on. Cool. Yeah, I've heard good things about them. We should go ahead and will it be on Matt's channel or Rebecca's channel? I'm subscribing to them. Another mosaic project that I finished recently is a pattern that was released by Winter Nightmare Crochets. This is it's actually a blanket pattern, but I just don't have I just don't have it in me to do a blanket. So I took parts of it's broken up into sections, repeatable sections, and I took two of those sections. It's like vampire lips, and then these bats and these like candlesticks, which are really really fun. And then the back is just changed which one was on top, so you can see these bats right there and sequence right there. And then I just filled it up and made a pillow out of it. So it's a nice, comfy pillow, big. I went instead of doing the full width of the pillow, width of the blanket, I cut it in half. So I just like adjusted it to make it my own. It's got this rainbow yarn from Premier, and then I did a black yarn. Yeah, the pattern was just released by Winter. Um, uh, Let me see, a couple weeks ago. And it's straightforward mosaic crochet. It doesn't have any special stitches, so it's very beginner friendly. And you can definitely make it a bunch of different ways based on whatever you like. So yeah, I'm super happy with it. It works up really quickly, um, and it's just really really nice. And then I loved how the yarn worked up because it's kind of because of the color changes working so quickly. It just really gives this kind of um, bright rainbow, like, but like very evenly dispersed. There's no like sections that are more red and more purple or whatever. Like it's all just like very rainbow. You only did a few samples in the mosaic stitch. Very nice. Yeah, you could definitely do this pillow or do the pattern. It's just like I said, it's got those like just basic kind of mosaic notations. So it's like this. Um, it's definitely doable for someone who's newer to mosaic, but you're gonna deal like almost the entire time. It's gonna be kind of these special stitches to make the shapes because here I was working on such a small scale to get the shapes I wanted. Um, I um, I really needed to play with the shapes a lot more. And this one is worked in the round too, which you don't have to. You can work it, flat if you wanted to, but it's worked in the round, so that's different too. What I like about working mosaic in the round is that you just carry your yarn, so you don't have all of those ends to deal with. Um, this actually, I worked in the round. It's just not as obvious, but there were no ends sticking out, and there's no ends on the inside um, that are not just like your beginning ending ones. So I really, even if a pattern, is written to be flat, you can work it in the round. Um, you know, there's a couple different ways to work it around, but I really have found that I like that because I know. I mean, I like mosaic when it has the tails out. I think it looks cool like that, but it's definitely not the only way to mosaic look. Um, Frankel's like sometimes these saves that she makes it is absolutely nuts. It's like I don't know how she does it. Okay, there's an interference call. So Boston's going to have a power play. So Boston's in their power play and really laying it in on the goalie, putting a lot of good pressure on them. Oh, I mean, that could have been such a beautiful tap in. She was just right. When 14 seconds left in their power play, they put pressure on the whole time, but they could not make it in. Okay, have a good night. Thanks, Vicky. Frankel's just nuts. She's such a good goalie. I mean, really, we got two great goalies that we're looking at, but Frankel's so consistent. It says there's something delivered. What the? I'll be right back. What the hell is going on? It's so weird. I don't know what's going on. It's saying I just got an order from Hirschner's. I just got a notification for something that I got literally a week ago. It was like, I didn't order more Hirschner's. I needed, hey, Bridget, welcome in. I was like, I ordered Hirschner's like 2 weeks ago. That got here a week ago. Hey, Stephanie, welcome in. But I ordered for like to dye yarn. I don't really know what order I got from Hirschner's unless I like blacked out and ordered, which I have done before, but this was not the case. We are in Discord watching the PWHL Boston Fleet versus the Vancouver Golden Eyes. And if you want to come watch the game, you can. It's also available for free on like the live stream is on the um, PWHL YouTube channel. Currently, uh, teams are uh, teams are tied at 0. What's everyone up to tonight? Frankel is just a beast. What an incredible goalie. Insane. Insane. Wow. So yeah, we're just chilling, watching some hockey as we do. I crocheted a little bit a while ago, just for a little bit. I'm working on the ghost face amigurumi. So this is what he looks like so far. This is what the back of the head looks like. Pretty much exactly where I was when I frogged it all last time. The face is a little bit bigger because I wanted it to be bigger than it was when I first made it. It's not that much bigger, not as big as I had hoped, but it's hard to, for each round that you add, you add quite a bit of size. So I wanted to keep it to roughly the right size. So the back of the head, it's the bottom's going to come down hopefully to like a point, so it's a point for the hood. Um, and then I'm going to have the arms positioned up like a Y so that I can get the detail of get the jagged edges of the sleeves, hopefully. And then I'll be holding like a little knife. So 6.5 minutes left in the second. We're still at a no goal game. If you are going to watch on YouTube, first of all, you can't watch the replay. It's got to be live. They delete it as soon as the live is over. Um, uh, but watching there wasn't a Canadian or American national anthem. It's First Nations night, so they had Salish peoples come and sing and do an honorary puck drop. Really, really beautiful. I would highly recommend watching it if you can because it just was really really nice. It's definitely a goalie game. They just said it was goalie battle. It's definitely a goalie game because these goalies have had some pressure put on them. Like the shots that Boston has put on the Vancouver goalie is they're just really maybe they're really um, gunning for that and you know I she just stood on her head breakaway going towards the Boston goalie. The Boston goalie is Aaron Frankel, and Aaron Frankel, if you recall, was the goalie for the U.S. women almost the entire time during the Olympics, and she is a monster. She puts up a wall, and she's not letting much in. So holy crap, she's a tough one to get past, and they're not getting past her yet. Too stubborn to go to sleep. I talked earlier. This is my men's U.S. Gold shirt that I ordered. Basically, the minute that they won, I was so excited. They, you know, obviously, did a little bit more than put their foots in their mouth, collective feet in their mouths. So it's not my, I still have some complicated feelings about the team. Even though I'm glad that they won gold, I just, but, but I have the shirt and I ordered it. I was like, okay, most I've ever paid for a T-shirt. Now I'm like, okay, my body is so tired. I just like slept here. Would you guys watch that stuff? I was just like, hockey's happening. You need to watch it. Like I'm not like sleep tired. I'm just like my body feels like brittle, like it's falling apart. Got a delay game penalty. Okay, so Vancouver's gonna have power play. I think. Hmm. 48 seconds on the power play for Vancouver. Looking on your SpongeBob pattern on Stitch World this week, my bud. Well, if you need another set of eyes or anything like that, anytime, just let me know. I know you'll figure it out regardless, but you know, I'm I'm available if needed, or if you just want me to talk it out. Because sometimes just talking about it, I feel like that's sometimes when I figure it out when I'm trying to explain it to someone, and I'm like, okay, that's what it is. But yeah, sometimes you just gotta grind it out, and yeah. Minute left of the second. I think I decided that I will stitch the dark green slash black parts of SpongeBob um, Pineapple House instead of making them part of this. Let me look. I mean, I don't quite know what your. I might have a hard time without like seeing it, but like if they are making it a lot harder, then sometimes it is better to just add it afterwards. think I know. So like, yeah, I guess like, are you talking about like the leaves of the pineapple? I don't really know what black parts. Are you talking about like the windows and stuff? Okay, so the second period is over. We still a no score game. Sun making SpongeBob flat, and Gary will be in the top of his head, center of the in front of the door. Mm-hmm. Oh, like the diamonds of the pineapple. Yeah, I think I think are you gonna have? I mean, obviously with Gary being an amigurumi, he's only gonna be visible from one side. Did you want to have the rest of the blanket reversible so that if the blanket was turned over, it still would be obvious? Because like that would be the only thing that I would think of that could potentially be like a little pitch in the plans would be that you would have the back of your stitches or whatever that you do in black showing. Not an impossible idea, but still. Because you can definitely do your like embroidery work or however you word it. You can definitely do that and have it be small enough that it wouldn't you know, catch any baby fingers or anything like that. You'll have your stitch length be short. Or like, I mean, are you planning on doing this all in like one, like all like double crochets, and you're like doing color work and to make the design? Popcorn stitches on the pineapple. It's not truly reversible. I think that I wonder like, I feel like if you have the popcorns, the shadow of the three-dimensional nature of the popcorns would create the dimension of the grid lines. So I would say that, because like in having the dimension of the popcorn stitches, I think doing stitch work afterwards could actually um, reduce the effectiveness of the texture that you're putting on with the popcorns. So, because I'm looking at, because when I see it, I almost think that something like the like dragon scale stitch, whatever it's called, um, could be more of that diamondy shape. But if you wanted to do pop, because I don't know, but I don't know like the stitch multiple for that. That would work with what you're doing. Less SpongeBob will be some. Yeah, I think it's going to be identifiable as the popcorn, as the pineapple, as his mouth with that texture. Like if you were just like, here's like a yellow swath of color, you know, I think it wouldn't be. that black detailing. But because you're going to have that three-dimensional nature, I think that just natural, like the way light hits the 3D will be helpful. Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the stitch count, I was thinking like if you did something where it was like that dragon scale stitch, where it had more of like a that triangular laid over pattern. Um, but yeah, if you with the thing about using a popcorn is that it's gonna should make the door blue or gray. I think that depends on what your background looks like, just like the whole color scheme, right? But like if you're doing like water in the background, I would be more gray, personally, um, because like you don't want it to look anything like the water. But unless you have like that more like steely blue gray, but the one window, yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, it'll get the point across for sure. Doing it entirely watercolor. Thank you. I'll go there. Cool. Yeah, I think that'll look good. It's so hard to like have to make all of these decisions like to put something together, like because I feel like you start to go like just the general use starts to get like a little bit blinded to like the individual things because there's so many of like decisions you have to make about colors, about stitches, about this and about that. That I feel like it can be really difficult to like zoom back out and be like, okay, what's important and how does it look overall? I'm excited about the the water and just how everything sounds like it's going to turn out. It sounds really cute. Okay, the Oilers just beat the Avalanche. Wait, no, sorry. Sorry. That is incorrect. Incorrect. The game is still going on. Oilers are up by one with a minute 20 left in the second. Mammoth got smoked by the Wild. The Wild went 5-0. Shutout. Hi, little kitty cat. Hi, little kitty cat. Did you have a good nap? Did you have a good nap? That's sleepy tail. Hello. 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 Hi. Sleepy tail. Sleepy tail. I think I have the most lovely boy of all time. Just a lovely little baby. So in the second intermission, scoreless game, I have a pretty cat. I thought I saw a pretty cat. I thought I saw a pretty cat. It's a baby. It's a baby. Cats and yarn and start picking stuff apart. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I actually did help, but you know, I'm always happy to help when I can. Pretty boy. Wow. One of the goalies, her last name is Campbell, so they call her the soupy girl. Because Campbell's Okay, looks like period's gonna start in a bit. Okay, and we're into the third period. Had everything but the green, and mm, I can't wait to see that. I like you always make such cute stuff. So I know this would be so cute, and I like your um, uh, the ideas that you told me thus far. So amazing. Doing double crochet, very nice. That's gonna be nice. Take the baby blanket. I did not. Oh, I thought that went in. Oh, and Boston scores. They just kept applying the pressure, just again and again and again, just hammering it into Campbell. Okay, so we've got 16 and a half minutes left. Boston's now up by one. it's better in the video. The bumps for the trees get lost in the pictures, which is so true. Yeah, I'm so terrible, like notoriously terrible about being able to take good pictures of my work. Like that's something that I really, really wish I could be better at, and I just don't know how to do better. Vancouver is really, really fighting. Both teams are fighting. Or what the hell am I saying? They're both really, 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 really putting pressure on, really trying to make it happen. No, don't play with scissors, little boy. These fell out of the thing, and Scotty's like batting it around. I'm like, geez, no, calm yourself. I think I'm gonna order food in, which I don't normally do, but like I said last time, I ordered food in like last week or the week before. It's like sometimes I don't feel good, and I don't like. I guess I could just. There's a couple things I can make here. Yeah, I should do. I'm do that. I have energy to make my own. Make my own. Also, I didn't think about the fact that Boston's playing Vancouver, and like the like, you also have to consider like the time difference and like, the fact that Boston's at a disadvantage because they had to travel and they're on a different time zone. But luckily, it like this game wasn't that late starting, um, so it's not like one of those games with the NHL where like the game's starting like 9 p.m. your time, and you're just like, holy shit, this is so late. Okay, come on. Thank you for the kiss, Scotty. Scotty's not a very kissy boy, so when I was petting him, and he was cleaning himself, and eventually got to the point where I was petting him. He gave me some kisses. That's sweet. Very nice. $10 left in the third. Boston's up by one. Boston has two more shots on goal. 21-23 shots on goal. I'm sure Shepard's one of the prizes in pack of hand-dyed yarn. Its theme is anything lucky or Chinese. Oh, very cool. Uh, Thank you for letting me know. And that's what a cool concept. I was thinking, my brain immediately was like, what if like a mosaic square, but it's like the fire force. You get a delayed penalty right now. That's the one where you can draw a paint or going stuff or sing or dance. But yeah, that's so cool. I love what a cool idea. Oh, I think I know what I would do. I'm gonna write down this idea. So I'm thinking, so make a mosaic square and then have a lantern and then use the technique of doing fringe in gold. and that's like 3D off of the mosaic square. I know that's really not as helpful. Yeah, I wish I had some like actual gold or yarn or like some yarn. Oh, I mean, I have, I just got some black with some gold metallic, so that could be my background color, and then I could put the gold that I used for my Star Trek um, sweater. Okay, 6.5 minutes left. Austin still up by one. Vancouver has a power play. Has a minute left of the power play. Now I could just make. I don't have. I mean, there's no real reason to make it a. There's no real reason why it has to be a mosaic. I could also like make like a 3D um, like lantern. Do like the um, that technique where you well, I could make it 3D in a bunch of different ways. One of them being I could actually make like a slightly like functional like in shape lantern where I used a balloon and like did like paper mache basically, but did glue to have it hold its shape. Mm-hmm. That would be cool. I just don't have room to hang it, so I feel like it would just like be around and like eventually I'd just probably toss it. Um, oh, I do have my I do have this and another um, one of these garlands that I could kind of use up. little under 4.5 minutes left. I was thinking, or I could make like a fake rabbit's foot for like luck. So yeah, I'm gonna take like a 5 minute or so break between the games when we're watching them. Um, uh, so I can make myself a little food, um, and then we'll come back and turn on the Paralympics. Um, Now, I don't know when blind hockey or visually impaired hockey is starting. Because that sounds, it sounds so interesting how it works. And I love the, okay, so these are, okay, so maybe I misunderstood. Maybe. Okay, I don't think blind hockey is in the Paralympics. I thought it was. Okay, so yeah, it looks like it's just sledge hockey, and they don't have blind hockey. Nice. But it's really cool. I've seen like a bunch of clips of it. Oh, they got past Sprinkle. They tied it up. They tied it up. The whole crowd just like lost it. Oh, beautiful. So I've watched. I think with this game, I'll have watched everyone or almost everyone. I don't think I've watched the Minnesota Frost yet, which I really wanted to because they are the reigning champs of the Walter Cup, which is the end of year championship for the PWHL. And I haven't watched them, but so far I haven't had like a team that I've been like specifically rooting for. Like there's been times where I think I'm gonna like I like expected to root for Boston, but honestly I'm just happy that it's a good hockey game that's entertaining and fun to watch. Um, so um, so yeah, I definitely haven't picked my team yet. Wow, she really wishes that was a huge entry into that zone. A little under 2 minutes left. Okay, there's 13 minutes left in period three um, of the Oilers Avalanche game, and they are tied at 3 right now. Okay, 1 minute left. Okay, 25 seconds left. The crowd is going. Also, I will say that, like, unlike a lot of the PWHL games that I've seen where they show the crowd, like, this is a good mix of people. Like, whereas, like, usually I feel like I see, like, almost, I see, like, a lot of women. I think that it's a good mix of everybody, which is really cool to see. Good to see all kinds of people showing up. Hit the hay for tonight. Okay, Zach, thanks for hanging out. Okay, 17 seconds left. These women are playing hard and they are going for it. Nobody wants to go into overtime, and they don't want to give up the goal just yet. So, okay, end of regulation. They're going to go into overtime, and I'm going to take this time to go make myself some food. So I will be right back. Hopefully you can stay and hang out with me. If you can't, totally understand. But yeah, 1 second. Oops, sorry. Okay, so Canada was undefeated at the time of this recording. Boston won the match in overtime, 42 seconds into overtime, I think they said. So I totally messed up. USA has been dominating, so it would be great to see that continue. Team China is the only team that has a woman on the team. So it would be great to see some ice time for her. Like supporting the ladies. So currently China's been doing very well. I do not know the outcome of this particular game. Whereas starting the other games, I knew who won. I don't know if this is weird or not, but like I associate China with like red uniforms and stuff like that. They're in yellow, and I'm like, why are you in yellow? Like my brain is like can't like compute that. Like I don't like I know there's yellow in the flag, but it's predominantly the red flag. I don't know. Is that weird to anyone else? Maybe just me. I guess you can design your uniforms however you want. Oh, you have to. Oh, here we go. Okay, we're gonna see something. Nope, couldn't compute it on that side of the goal. Ouch. These books are just like they're like fully linked to a barrel roll. Like they get hit and they're just like, I'm just gonna roll over, which makes sense. So you can keep the momentum. I'm just be able to get up faster probably. China is very difficult. China's like you're gonna get on the way. Do all the bad which we eat twice. Sorry. Oh, almost got that rebound. 9 minutes left. 9-ish minutes left. We had to hold. So US is gonna have a power play. But you just can't. They are this. Oh my gosh, the Chinese technique is very, very visible. You're just like, whoa, where did that guy come from? Okay, U.S. gets another power play. This is also seeing the Chinese goalie play. It's very clear that this goalie is definitely at a. It appears to be at a just different level than the other ones I've seen. Because like I was like, the goal doesn't make sense. The goal dimensions don't make sense. Like how are you gonna block this? Like, if you have like a strong offense, if the other team has a strong offense, I just don't understand how you're going to block these goals and this goal is blocking. So maybe it's just about the caliber and uh, if you're in your flat and you're making that, that if you're covering that goal, it's different touch than the other games for sure. Wish there was a little bit more communication among the U.S. There seemed to be some passes that could have been completed a little bit more cleanly. U.S. gets an interference. Oh, wait, no, okay. It was a little delayed, so I didn't know who was. Okay, so China has uh, another penalty. We're not even, we're barely over 10 minutes in this game, and China's had three penalties thus far, all for like physical, physical penalties. and they're talking about like how like, who's the most penalized teams, like who have been the most penalized teams, and usually they said like in a lot of games, like China, the Chinese team is the most penalized team, um, and currently it's Japan, which is interesting because I don't remember them saying stuff like that when the Olympics were happening. So I wonder if it's like that significant that this is happening so frequently in these games or what. But like, yeah, I don't remember ever saying like, oh, and you know, this country is always getting the tough penalties. Like I don't remember anything like that. And USA scores. Hey, Winter, welcome in. I am watching the. We finished up the PWHL game. We finished up the Kings game. Uh, Kings won. Uh, Boston Fleet won the PWHL game, and now we're watching the Paralympics game. And U.S. just in the tournament, the Paralympic foot hockey tournament. Uh, at, at the time of recording, which was earlier today, U.S. was undefeated and Canada was undefeated because they're in two different groups, and the U.S. has just been annihilating whoever they've been playing against. So I don't know the end result of this game. I didn't. I haven't been looking for the scores whenever, but a couple of the games have been spoiled for me. But I don't know the outcome of this. What are you up to tonight? You didn't get into the test you applied to. I'm sorry. I saw another test for like a skirt, like a mini skirt that was really cool. I was like, this would be so fun to make, but I don't know where. So less stressful things to manage. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you know, just be stressful, but it is nice to get you know those patterns and try them out and see different people's kind of ways of writing things. I think as a pattern writer yourself, like it's just nice to see how other people write stuff because it kind of helps you write better patterns that can be more accessible to more people. I think okay, we have 2 minutes left in the first. The the skating is like so impressive to me. Like I'm just like it's the because they skate in these sleds, but they're like basically like buckets that hold your hips or like whatever you have like remaining is different for every player, obviously. Because some people don't have legs and some people have one remaining leg, and so like it's like a custom molded cut for your body, and then like your skating is all about like how you move like your entire like body and core. It's just incredible athletics to see, and they're pushing themselves along with their arms. And okay, so 35 seconds left in the first. Yeah, I didn't think that I did think that blind hockey was in the Olympic or in the Paralympics, because I've been seeing a lot of like talk about it and like advertising for it. So like, I thought that um, I just so I was like I assumed that that's what they were talking about. But I don't think it is. Still very interesting. I would like to watch, but it doesn't look like it's in the games. And I like so what I've like learned about it. So first of all, they play with a metal puck that has other things in it, so it helps them actually hear where the puck is at. And oh, that was for the U.S. Um, and uh, so like also like, players will have different color helmets depending on their level of vision. So it's like based on a range. So you have to be like under a certain percentage of like vision remaining. And so if you have like 10 to 15 or it's like something like that, you have like this color helmet, and then you have under 10, you have this color helmet, and a certain number of players for each team are only allowed like at each time. So you don't have like a line that has like people with more vision than another. So like there's also that facet to it. I think that's really interesting. I was like, I would have never really thought about that. And just the thought of like, because I was like, if you have like low visibility, like, blind, like either like partially or completely blind, like players, I'm like, how do you see the puck? So somebody here, I'm like, that's genius. That's so smart. Like people are so smart. Maybe I'm so dumb for not realizing that that would be what they did, but like like people will find a way if they're passionate about hockey, if they're passionate about anything. If they're gonna find a way to make it work, and they're gonna find a way to make something like that happen. It's just that's the coolest part of it. Okay, when the first period is over, US is 5-2. I have a little furry baby right here. Can let me hold him. Put his little hand in my face. So they're talking about the vision impaired cross country right now. So like his vision impaired hockey. the cross country and like skiing is cool too because they have like someone who is someone who has like their vision fully, who is like verbally guiding them, but like obviously like they're still having to um, they're still having to do all the work, right? Like they just I also want to watch the because I didn't watch it in the Olympics. I want to watch the Paralympics. The what do they call it? The biathlon. Maybe the biathlon. The one where they like ski and shoot guns or something. Baby. This baby is a pure baby, and he is making biscuits right now. You truly baby too? Pure baby. This is Cuddle Baby. Cuddle Baby Island. Can you hear the kisses in the game? so much cat hair. Cat hair. Cat hair everywhere. I really wish I cared about it. I just like cannot convince myself to care. You're cute. You're cute. Touch your nose to my finger. Touch your nose to my finger. That'd be cute. Oh, interesting. So yesterday, I think it was yesterday when we were watching USA and Italy game. Was it USA and Italy? No, it was USA and Germany, right? Um, but they were talking about the sticks and that they use. And I was saying how you probably see um, the the puck move slower than you do um, with stand up hockey because a stand up hockey stick has flex to it, so it's going to add some additional momentum to your shot. And so in the like you'll see like up to like 100 miles per hour shots go in. And they said an elite player, like they reported in the Paralympics hockey, they were said an elite player you can see up to 80 miles an hour. So it's definitely faster than I thought it would be. Like it's still slower than a stick that's gonna have that flex, but it's still really fucking fast. Like 80 miles per hour is very fast. Like you did drool. God, he drooled all over my blanket. I got a little cat drool. I got a little cat drool in my blanket. He drools when he makes biscuits, which I know is common. That's typically what cats do because they learn that habit from trying to like milk the teeth of their mother, and so they get their salivary glands going because they that's normal to have that happen when they're about to eat. So they learn that from their kittens. Um, but he like I feel like he drools like a little bit more than normal, which is so cute. Like when he only when he does that, he doesn't need a lot. But when he does need, definitely doesn't truly baby. Okay, cup drop. Here on my nose. Another penalty for China. So when we first started watching it, they were talking about often a penalty that's common. It's called team, and I was like, "What is team? What are you talking about?" It's short for T-boning, where you hit someone with your feet and you hit them on their side. They talk about how they actually encourage like a really physical play style um, in sled hockey, but you can't hit people with your feet or um, like you have to hit them like with your side like that. Okay, and the Oilers beat the Avalanche. Nate McKinnon gets game misconduct for crashing into Oilers for Connor Ingram, who exited the game. Oh damn, it's bad. US scores again. They're playing Freebird every time US scores. They've been doing it the entire tournament, and I'm like, change it up. Okay, so just tuning in. USA is up by three, scored 3-0. Shots on goal. US has 16 shots on goal versus China has two. China has gotten 5 penalties. Um, let's see, about in the 20-ish minutes of the game. Hey Chris, welcome in. I am currently watching the Paralympic game, the U.S. versus China, um, and I'm in Discord watching that. We in this live we finished the Hurricanes game with the Penguins, which went into overtime. We watched the PWHL game with the Boston Fleet versus the Vancouver Golden Knights. That also went into overtime, and Boston ended up winning that. And then we were in the second period with about 10.5 minutes left of the period with the US and China. So, how are you doing? Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm having kind of a weird day, but it happens. And US gets the win again. US is now 4-0. China has been receiving a lot of penalties. They're very physical, but they're apparently not doing it. I mean, not apparently, it looks like they're not doing it according according to the rules, which if there's certain games that are. Huh? Oh, he dropped it back and there was nobody there. But wait a minute. They like locked together. Okay, about 7 minutes left in the second. Well, the, the scoring they said in the five last like either Worlds or Olympics, U.S. has outscored China 41-3. Holy shit! Holy shit! That's insane. Okay, 6 minutes left. Nope, and we have another power play for the team. $50 left in the power play. Now, how was that not teaming? US scores again. And Freeberg plays once again. Okay, so now score is 5-0 with the US in the lead. Okay, so 2:47 left in the second. So currently, the US has 23 shots on goals, 5 goals going in, and China has 5 shots on goal. And they've had 6 penalties. this guy, they're talking about this one player who was his fourth Paralympic Games, and he made his Paralympic debut at 15 years old. Like, what I was doing at 15 years old? Please. Please. US gets another power play. Yeah. I don't think that was as intentional as some of these other hits that have been like, I am dive bombing you with like feet right now. I think it just kind of swung out that way. That's like how they met. And they just US just laid it in again. Now the score is 6-0. I'm gonna stretch out a little bit and do that. Try to. Okay, 7 minute left. Uh, okay, 40 seconds left. They're in the D zone right now. Just exited it. Okay, we're at the end of the second, and the score is 6-0. US leading. Looks like we're shaping up to a score that is very similar to the other scores the Paralympic team has been putting up. Okay, so we're in the second intermission. It looks like the U.S. is winning. I think that I might call the live now. We've been live for over 4 hours, and I'll finish watching the game on Discord. Um, but I'm kind of ready to kind of chill out a little bit and not be online because it's a bit of time. One thing I guess I've been tossing the idea around is potentially might try to revamp my old channel um, and get it going again because I just feel like this channel, it's like I have you guys and that's great. You guys are super great at showing up and I appreciate that. I'm not really getting any new people in, and I just think that with how the algorithms work, it's not really worked in my favor to get this channel, you know, um, having exposed to new people again, which sucks because I'm pretty ish close-ish to monetization on this channel, but then it's going to be hard for me to do a lot with that um, with I guess, uh, but if like nobody's, if like I'm not getting any new people in, I'm not having the viewership to, you know, make money off of. So if you it's just, nothing that you guys have to do. Just make sure you're subscribed to my other channel and get notifications. All my lives, I can go live on both the channels, which is pretty easy to do. And hopefully just make some friends that way. But anyways, thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. And I will talk to you all later.